Welcome back, weary hearts and wandering minds. I'm Lou, and now begins your moment of calm and wonder. Step closer, and let's dive together into this magical experience. Before he was the wizard who walked through ages with a staff in his hand and a light in his eyes, he was only a silent spirit, moving unseen through enchanted gardens. No one imagined that this quiet being, Olorin, would one day be sent into a distant world, not to shine above others, but to quietly awaken courage within them. He did not seek power, he did not seek glory, he did not seek thrones, and yet he became the only one who could stand before shadows that even the bravest hearts feared to name. From dark strongholds like Dol Guldur to gentle hills like the Shire, from the fire of a Balrog to the pure white of renewed hope, from hobbit laughter to the heavy pull of the One Ring. His journey is not the story of a hero chasing greatness, but of someone who simply refused to abandon the light. Tonight, you are invited to walk beside him, to feel the path he took across centuries, guiding kings, inspiring peoples, confusing the darkness, and finally returning home as what he truly was all along. A wise, patient, luminous spirit, able to turn even the smallest heart into the beginning of a great change. Now, breathe slowly. You are safe here. You sit in a quiet room at Hogwarts where the world outside has gone soft and distant. Candles float above you, their flames swaying like tiny golden boats in a dark sea. You feel the warmth of the fire at your side, the softness of a wool blanket over your knees, and the gentle weight of a story about to begin. You notice the faint scent of parchment and old ink. Shelves of books surround you like silent guardians, each one holding its own universe of secrets and dreams. The castle is asleep, but magic is very much awake. It hums in the stones, it glows in the candlelight, it rests quietly in your chest. I sit across from you, a mentor and a friend, with a worn leather book resting on my lap. My voice is calm, steady, slow enough for your thoughts to wander, but clear enough to hold your attention like a hand. Outside, the wind brushes against the high windows, and the night leans closer to listen as well. Tonight, I say, we are not staying only within these walls. You feel a soft shiver of curiosity move through you. Hogwarts fades just a little at the edges, and in its place, another world begins to rise, older, wilder, full of stars and songs and first beginnings. You walk with your mind's eye into a place before time felt heavy, before days were counted, before maps were drawn. There, in the distant west, lies a blessed realm of light and harmony, where gardens breathe peace and the air is filled with distant music. This is Valinor, the Undying Lands, where Olorin first learned what it meant to care for fragile hearts. You feel silken grass under your bare feet, not real, but perfectly vivid. In the gardens of Lorien, dreams grow like flowers, and memories rest under silver trees. Olorin walks there in a simple robe, not tall, not grand, not glowing with authority, only gentle, observant, quiet. He listens more than he speaks. He watches how joy brightens a face. He notices how sorrow folds shoulders inwards. Near him, the spirits of great power converse, but Olorin prefers to sit in the shade, letting the wind bring him whispers of hearts yet to be born. You feel the softness of this place, like lying in the sun with no urgency, no duties, no fear of tomorrow. But there is also a weight beneath the calm, a knowing that somewhere beyond these shores, pain and struggle will one day awaken. Olorin learns from Nienna, the Lady of Compassion, who weeps for the wounds of the world before they even open. From her, he discovers that true strength is not the power to control, but the courage to feel deeply and not look away. You imagine him standing beside her, both of them watching distant futures like flickers on water. In the quiet of those gardens, he practices a different kind of magic. He does not hurl fire, does not shape storms. Instead, he plants visions like seeds inside the hearts of others. A little more hope here, a little more wisdom there, a soft, invisible touch that nudges souls toward the light. You notice how familiar that feels, like those moments in your own life when an unexpected kindness changed everything, or a single sentence stayed with you for years, carrying you through nights that felt too long. Time passes differently in Valinor. A moment can feel like a century, and a century can feel like a breath. Olorin walks among the elves when they first awaken, unseen, sending them dreams that make them braver, curious about the stars and unafraid of the dark. You see him as a soft glow at the edge of their sleep, a warmth that doesn't speak, but somehow tells them, "You are not alone. Keep going. There is more ahead than you can see." Then, one day, if you can call it a day, a call echoes through that radiant land. The Valar, guardians of this world, have seen the shadow stirring far away in Middle-earth. Sauron, servant of an even older darkness, is gathering strength again. You feel the air tighten, just a little. Not in panic, but in awareness. There is work to be done. There is a story unfolding that cannot be ignored. And somewhere in that story, a quiet spirit will be needed. The great ones speak together. Who will go? Who will walk in a mortal body, feel pain, feel fear, and yet remain faithful to the task? Powerful spirits stand ready, cloaked in certainty and strength. Among them, Olorin hesitates. You can almost feel what he feels. Not cowardice, but clarity. He knows what fear is. He knows how easy it is to fall into despair. And because he understands that so well, the idea of facing Sauron terrifies him. You hear, like a distant bell, the voice of Manwë, High King of the Valar, calm and resolute. He does not choose only the boldest or the loudest. He chooses the one who is afraid, because the one who fears is also the one who truly understands the hearts he will be sent to help. You should go, Manwë decides. Olorin bows his head, his quiet heart beating faster. He does not argue. He does not boast. He simply accepts. You take a slow breath. You feel the weight of that choice, as if someone had just asked you to step into a storm for the sake of people you have never met. In that moment, Olorin is no longer just a soft presence in hidden gardens. He is a soul about to step into limitation, to trade safety for uncertainty, light for distance, immortality untouched for a body that can tire, struggle, and break. You sit there in the Hogwarts room, feeling the castle around you again. The stone, the fire, the distant hoot of an owl. But now there is also Valinor lingering in your mind, its light folded into your chest like a held breath. Olorin will have a new name soon. He will arrive in a harbor of gray ships, wearing the shape of an old man who seems weaker than he truly is. He will carry a staff, and later a ring of hidden fire, and he will begin his long walk across Middle-earth. Tonight, you have only glimpsed his first steps, not onto the roads of the world, but into his own courage. You feel your eyes grow heavier, your body sinking deeper into the chair or the bed where you rest. The story does not rush you. It waits with you patiently, like Olorin himself. And as your breathing slows, you sense that this is only the beginning. The next time you open this invisible book, you will follow him as he leaves the safety of eternal gardens and sets foot, for the first time, in a world that desperately needs a light it does not yet recognize. For now, let the image stay with you, a quiet spirit standing at the edge of a shining shore, looking toward a distant land of shadows, choosing to go, simply because hearts there will need someone who believes they can still be lit. You are still there in the quiet room at Hogwarts. The candles haven't moved much, but your thoughts já viajaram muito mais longe. The fire crackles softly, steady and warm, as if it approves of the story so far. You take a slow breath. You can still see Olorin in the gardens of Lorien, standing at the edge of that shining shore, knowing he will leave safety behind. Now, gently, the scene shifts. You feel the air cool, like mist rising from the sea before dawn. The soft green of Valinor fades. In Sulugar, you sense a different kind of light, grayer, softer, edged with distance and longing. You are standing, in your mind, on stone docks washed by long waves. Tall ships with white sails rest in the harbor, their masts quiet against the pale sky. This is Mythland, the Grey Havens, a place not of beginnings or endings, but of passage between worlds. You notice a figure stepping down from one of the ships. He is not wrapped in glory. He does not arrive as a blazing star. He comes as an old man, stooped slightly, leaning on a wooden staff. His hair is gray. His beard is long. His clothes are simple, a wanderer's robe the color of morning fog. If you passed him on a busy street, you might barely look twice. And yet, as he sets foot on the stone, the air around him seems to recognize something hidden inside him, a quiet fire, carefully contained. This is Olorin in his new shape, but here, in Middle-earth, he will be known by many other names: Mithrandir, the Grey Wanderer, Tharkun, Incanus, and, most commonly of all, Gandalf. You feel the gentle weight of that new name settle like a cloak over his shoulders. Waiting at the harbor is a tall elf with silver hair and deep, tired eyes. Círdan, the shipwright, who has watched countless souls leave these shores. He knows something that most do not. He sees past the bent back and weathered hands. He sees the light beneath the gray. Slowly, almost silently, Círdan steps forward. His gaze rests on the stranger's staff, then on his face, and in that quiet moment, with waves whispering at their feet, he makes a choice that will change everything. On his hand, a ring glows faintly, a golden band set with a red stone, like a coal that never fully cools. It is Narya, the Ring of Fire, one of the 3 elven rings. The ring meant to inspire hearts, to keep hope burning when the world grows cold. Without ceremony, Círdan takes Gandalf's hand and places the ring into his palm. "You will have the hardest road," he tells him softly, "and the longest." His voice carries no doubt, only recognition. "You will need this more than I." You feel the warmth of Narya as if it rested for a moment in your own hand. Not a destructive fire, but the fire of encouragement, of songs in dark nights, of candles lit in shattered cities, of people who keep going when giving up would be easier. Gandalf closes his fingers around the ring. He does not slip it onto his finger yet. For now, he simply bows his head and accepts what it represents. You notice that so far, nothing about his arrival is loud. There are no trumpets, no fireworks, no grand proclamations, just an old man, a ring of fire, and a long road ahead. From Mythland, he begins to walk. You follow him with your mind's steps, feeling the change in seasons as he crosses the lands, snow on distant peaks, rain on open fields, stars overhead, bright and cold. He does not build a tower. He does not claim a throne. He chooses to be a wanderer, moving quiet as a thought through forests, mountains, and hidden valleys. He learns the languages of elves and men. He listens to their songs, their laments, their old stories. He travels to halls deep under the mountains, where dwarves speak of lost treasures and ancient griefs. He hears rumors of dragons, of dark things in forgotten places, of shadows that never fully left after the wars of long ago. You notice that his power is rarely on display. Most days, his magic is simply this: to sit by a fire with strangers and listen until their hearts feel lighter. In the woods, the elves begin to know him as Mithrandir, the Grey Pilgrim, whose laughter is like distant bells and whose eyes hold storms and starlight at the same time. To men, he appears suddenly with a warning or a word of advice, and then is gone before they even realize how much his presence calmed them. Sometimes he walks alone for long stretches, sensing the air, watching the patterns of birds, feeling where unease gathers like clouds. Far to the east of the great forests, in a place called Dol Guldur, something begins to move. A cold presence, a watchful malice, like a hand testing old locks in a house that thought itself empty. You feel a slight chill along your arms, as if the room at Hogwarts had briefly darkened. But the fire is still there. So is the blanket. So is the calm. Gandalf feels it too. He feels it in the restless wind through the trees of Mirkwood, in the way some creatures avoid certain paths, in the growing heaviness of old names. Necromancer, Shadow, Lord of the Dark Tower. He does not rush in with bravado. He circles, watches, learns. For centuries, his work is more about understanding than attacking. He knows that if he moves too early, if he misreads the darkness, the price will be paid by those who cannot defend themselves. Along the way, he finds a place that should have been unimportant, but refuses to be. A small green land, full of rolling hills, tidy fields, and kitchen windows warmed by lamplight. A land where people are more interested in food, birthdays, and pipeweed than in empires, battles, or rings of power. The Shire. You feel your heart soften just hearing the name. You can almost taste fresh bread, smell damp earth after rain, hear the distant laughter of hobbit children chasing each other under party lanterns. When Gandalf first wanders into that quiet country, he is amused, curious, and then, unexpectedly, moved. He sees how hobbits endure harsh winters by sharing what little they have. He sees them help one another without speeches or promises. He sees courage in small acts, a loaf of bread at a stranger's door, a song sung to lift someone from sadness. During one particularly cruel winter, known later as the Long Winter, Gandalf helps them survive, bringing food, organizing aid, warming spirits with stories and warmth. In doing so, he begins to understand something important, that greatness does not always roar. Sometimes it bakes and laughs and tends gardens. You notice how deeply that resonates with you. How many times in your own life have the quiet people been the ones to save your heart? From then on, he returns to the Shire often. At first, as a visitor. Later, as a guardian no one knows they have. He brings fireworks to their festivals, explosions of color in the night sky that make children gasp and adults smile like children. Dragons of light curl and vanish, ships of sparkles sail across the darkness, stars bloom and fade like flowers of fire. They call him Gandalf, the fireworks wizard, with more affection than fear. To them, he is strange, yes, but also familiar. A bringer of stories, of spectacle, of a little wildness in a life that might otherwise stay too safe. You feel how deeply he treasures this. In a world where kings play at power and shadows move in secret, the Shire is a soft green heartbeat of simplicity and kindness. He begins to think, if darkness rises again, if the great powers tremble and fail, perhaps, someday, hope will need to come from here. He does not know yet about Bilbo. He has not met Frodo. There is no one ring in his hand, but seeds are being planted, in hobbit hearts and in his own. You return slowly to the room at Hogwarts. The candles flicker. The castle breathes around you. The fire whispers quietly, as if amused. You are resting between two worlds now, one of stone corridors and enchanted portraits, and another of wandering wizards, elven harbors, and hobbit hills. Gandalf walks on, somewhere in that other realm, a small figure in gray against a huge unfolding sky. He carries no crown, no banner, only a staff, a hidden ring, and a stubborn belief that even the smallest kindness matters. You can feel that belief reaching you here, like a hand across time. You let your eyes soften. You let your breathing slow again. The story is not rushing. It has all the time it needs. Soon, darkness will grow bolder. Dol Guldur will not remain a whisper. Old enemies will stir, and Gandalf will be forced to step closer to the fire he has only watched from afar. But not yet. For now, you rest in the quiet knowledge that somewhere out there walks a gray wanderer, already watching over a little land of hobbits, already weaving invisible threads that will one day hold the world together. And as you drift deeper into calm, you might wonder, If such a small, peaceful place can become the center of the greatest story, what quiet part of your own life might be more important than it seems? You breathe a little deeper, letting the warmth of the room settle around your shoulders like a soft cloak. Somewhere far below, Hogwarts shifts in its sleep. A gentle creak in the wood, a distant flutter of enchanted portraits turning in their frames. But up here, in this quiet library room, the story is the only living thing. The candlelight flickers again, and Middle-earth rises before you, like mist forming a landscape. Gandalf walks still. His steps are slow, deliberate, the way someone walks when they are listening to more than footsteps, listening to the air, the soil, the tremble of distant things. You walk beside him in your mind, matching your breath with the rhythm of his travel. The land he crosses is older than memory. Forest so dense that the light has to fight to touch the ground. Rolling green hills, where foxes dart in and out of burrows. Ruins of ancient kingdoms, asleep under moss. And everywhere, the whisper of something returning. Not fully awake yet, but stretching. For a long time, Gandalf is content simply to learn the shape of this world, to understand its people, its fears, its quiet hopes. But in the east, the shadows deepen. The great forest once called Greenwood, the great begins to sour at its heart. Animals avoid the deepest paths. Elves feel their dreams grow troubled. Hunters speak of a strange sickness in the woods, as if something unseen is breathing cold over the roots. It has a name whispered in fear. Dol Guldur, the hill of sorcery. You feel a faint chill along the back of your neck. Not frightening, just enough to remind you that darkness rarely announces itself loudly. It creeps. It waits. It tests the edges. Gandalf goes there alone. He does not summon armies. He does not call for heroes. He moves like a gray breeze, slipping through shadow and silence until he stands before the fortress that was never meant to be built. The air here is wrong, heavy, thick with old malice. But Gandalf does not draw his staff in anger. He simply listens. He listens to the groan of dead trees, to the quiet drip of unseen water, to the way the wind refuses to pass through certain corridors. Inside the fortress, he senses a mind, a familiar darkness, one he hoped would never return. He doesn't fight, not yet, not alone, but the fear that coils in his stomach doesn't belong only to him. Outside the walls, in the land surrounding the forest, things begin to shift. The Nazgûl stir, orcs multiply, creatures flee, and far to the north, the old kingdom of Arnor crumbles under a slow, merciless poison. Something ancient is waking. Gandalf steps back into the sunlight, his face thoughtful, not defeated. He knows what he felt. He knows who hides behind the new name, Necromancer. But he also knows that a fight begun too early is a fight already lost. So he walks again. Years turn like pages. Seasons grow and fade. The world forgets danger for a while, a fragile peace known later as the Watchful Peace. Elves sigh with relief. Men begin to rebuild. Dwarves whisper about great halls they once abandoned. But Gandalf does not relax. Peace often sleeps before it shatters. During this time, he discovers something curious. A land so small it almost goes unnoticed by the world. A land where houses sit low and quiet among green hills, where birthdays are large, meals are endless, and trouble is avoided whenever possible. The Shire. You feel it again, that warmth in your chest, that softness of a memory you haven't lived but somehow recognize. Gandalf walks into this land like a traveler stepping into a song. Chimneys puffing smoke, gardens perfectly trimmed, lanterns hanging from round doors, humility in every path. At first he simply observes. These people, small, barefoot, content, live as if darkness has no reason to exist. It fascinates him, and then it comforts him. He begins to spend more and more time there, lounging on hilltops, smoking pipeweed, gifted by curious hobbits, telling children stories about dragons and seeing their eyes grow wide. They do not fear him. They call him Gandalf the Fireworks Wizard, a title that would insult many powerful beings, but fascinates him endlessly. Because here, no one asks him to be a warrior. No one begs for protection. No one weighs him down with prophecy or dread. Here, he is simply a visitor, a storyteller, a spark of mischief, and he loves them for it. He begins to see something that others miss, a strength so subtle it hides behind laughter, a stubbornness disguised as politeness, a courage wrapped in simple joys. And he thinks, someday, when darkness grows heavy again, this little land might hold a flame the world desperately needs. You sit a little deeper in your chair. This part of the story feels safe, sweet, almost homelike. You can imagine sitting on a grassy hill with a cup of something warm, listening to hobbits sing at twilight. But the story moves on. Far to the north, a lonely figure wanders the wild lands. A strange, twisted creature obsessed with something he calls precious. His whispers travel on the wind, carrying seeds of danger. Gandalf hears rumors, tracks, signs of something lost and hungry, and somewhere beneath the surface, he feels the shift, like the soft tremor before an earthquake. The watchful peace ends. Darkness stirs again. Old enemies sharpen their claws. The ring-wraiths begin to gather strength. Sauron, though not yet named aloud, gathers his pieces like a master of chess, preparing for a long, merciless game. And Gandalf, the wanderer, the quiet spirit wearing the shape of an old man, begins to understand the road ahead will be harder than any soul in Middle-earth is ready to face. But he does not tremble. He does not flee. He looks east, toward Dol Guldur, toward Mordor, toward every shadow that hopes the light will fade, and he whispers something you almost hear, a promise, not to himself, but to the world. Not while I still walk. You open your eyes slowly. You are back in the Hogwarts room, the fire warm, the candles steady, the night deep around the castle. You feel calmer, but also curious, because the story is only sharpening now, only gathering its magic. Soon, the world will meet Bilbo. Soon, dragons will wake. Soon, the One Ring will stir, and Gandalf the Grey will step into the center of a fate centuries in the making. The fire beside you settles into a deeper glow, as if it knows the story is about to shift, softly, but decisively. You let your breath lengthen, your shoulders loosen, your mind float once more toward Middle-earth, where Gandalf walks through time with the patience of mountains. For many long years, he observes the quiet changes in the world, shadows lengthening, hearts weakening, old fears rising like smoke from forgotten ruins. And among all these threads, one stands out like a bright, unlikely thread of gold. Thorin Oakenshield. A dwarf king without a kingdom. A proud heart weighed down by exile. A fire burning for vengeance so hot that even Gandalf feels its heat from afar. One evening, in the town of Bree, Gandalf sits in a small inn lit by oil lamps, its wooden beams humming with warmth and old stories. Rain taps gently on the windows. The fire crackles with comforting calm. And then, a heavy cloak enters the room. You see the tall, broad shape of Thorin, his boots muddy from travel, his beard braided with the symbols of his lineage. He sits across from Gandalf, not knowing this moment will shape the future of dwarves, men, elves, and even hobbits who have never heard of him. Gandalf watches him carefully. There is strength here, but also desperation. A desire to reclaim the old home beneath the mountain, where Smaug the Golden sleeps atop stolen treasure. You feel the tension, the quiet longing in Thorin's voice as he speaks of Erebor, of halls carved in stone, of the echo of hammers on anvils, of feasts, songs, family, and firelight all stolen by a single breath of dragon flame. Gandalf listens, not as a general judging a soldier, but as a wise friend sensing the deeper truth. If Thorin fails, if Smaug remains in the lonely mountain, if that dragon is ever persuaded or forced to join Sauron, the North will fall. And once the North falls, All hope collapses like a tower cut at its base. You feel Gandalf's realization settle like a pebble dropped into still water, ripples expanding into the future. He cannot fight this battle himself. He cannot storm the mountain alone. He needs someone clever, light-footed, unexpected. Someone who can slip where armies cannot. Someone underestimated by the world, just as the Shire itself is underestimated. A quiet smile touches the corners of Gandalf's mouth. He knows exactly who. And in your mind, you see it. A small round door painted a cheerful green, nestled into the warm belly of a hill. Smoke drifting from a chimney. The scent of roasted potatoes, lavender, fresh bread cooling on a table. Bag End. Home of one Bilbo Baggins. The first time Gandalf met him, hours earlier that very same day, Bilbo had insisted he wanted no adventures, none at all, thank you very much. But Gandalf saw past the teacups, past the fussing and politeness, past the tidy comfort. He saw something Bilbo had forgotten about himself. Potential. The spark of a tookish heart hiding inside a very respectable hobbit. You feel a softness bloom in your chest, like remembering a moment when someone believed in you before you were ready to believe in yourself. Gandalf rises from the table at the inn in Bree. Thorin watches him with a mixture of doubt and hope. I know someone, Gandalf says quietly, who might just change your fate. And with that, the Grey Wanderer heads toward the Shire with long, purposeful strides. You follow him in your imagination, your steps padding beside his across wet earth under a sky heavy with stars. The night carries the scent of pine. The clouds drift like slow ships, and the world seems to hold its breath as if sensing a great story about to begin. You return briefly to the Hogwarts room. The fire crackles. The candles sway. The castle seems to lean closer, listening. This is the moment before change, the hush before the spark touches tinder. Soon Gandalf will gather a company of dwarves, a hobbit who swears he is not the slightest bit adventurous, and a journey meant to alter the shape of Middle-earth. But for now, you rest in this quiet place, knowing that something warm and bright is about to awaken under a simple green door. And you breathe in deeply, letting the magic settle in your chest, gentle, patient, glowing like Narya's hidden fire. When you're ready, we'll step through that round door together. The candles flicker softly as you close your eyes again. The fire warms your hands, and Middle-earth rises before you like a dream, pulling you gently inward. You feel the shift, the story returning, deepening, widening its circle. Gandalf is back in the Shire. The morning is pale and peaceful, birds chirping from hedges heavy with dew, smoke curling lazily from round chimneys. Everything looks so safe that even the wind drifts slower over the fields. But Gandalf walks with purpose. He arrives at Bag End, that familiar round green door, and taps his staff with a firm tock, tock, tock. Inside, Bilbo Baggins jumps as if a plate has exploded. He had not expected a wizard. He had certainly not expected 12 dwarves to begin arriving shortly after. But that is exactly what happens. You feel the scene unfolding like the warm opening of a storybook. No danger yet, just the cozy chaos of something magical creeping into a quiet life. Dwarves knocking, boots stomping on Bilbo's tidy floors, laughter, beards, songs of mountains and gold. Bilbo flustered, overwhelmed, eyes darting from dish to dish, from dwarf to dwarf, trying desperately to maintain dignity. And Gandalf? He simply watches, calm, patient, amused. Because he knows what Bilbo does not know, that this little hobbit, this quiet, comfortable, second breakfast-loving soul, holds something rare. You feel that truth settle softly over the room. After supper, the dwarves sing. A deep, beautiful song, rolling like distant thunder in mountain halls. A song of loss, of home stolen by fire and shadow. You can almost hear it now, the low hum, the rising ache of their longing, the promise that someday they will reclaim what was taken. And as the last notes fade, Bilbo feels something stir inside him. A small trembling of courage that he didn't know lived in his bones. You felt that too. That moment when something inside you shifts, quietly but unmistakably, as if your heart whispers, "There is more to you than you believe." When morning comes, Bilbo wakes late, still convinced that he wants nothing to do with danger or dragons or dwarves. But Gandalf leaves him a single message scratched into his door. Your adventure begins at 11. And suddenly, Bilbo runs. You feel the breathless joy of that moment, hobbit feet slapping the road, hair wild, breakfast forgotten, as he shouts, "I'm going on an adventure!" The world opens around him like a sunrise. The dwarves look at him with surprise, then with growing affection. And Gandalf? He walks behind them with a small smile, his staff tapping the earth in a rhythm older than the mountains. This journey, part mischief, part destiny, is not only about reclaiming a kingdom, it is the beginning of Gandalf's long dance with fate. You follow them through rain and wind, across rivers and rocky paths, until the green lands fade and the world grows wider, wilder. One night, under a black sky scattered with stars, Gandalf sits at the edge of the campfire. The dwarves sleep. Bilbo snores softly, and Gandalf whispers to the night, "Let him grow. Let him find his courage. We will need it soon." The fire answers with a soft pop, sending sparks into the darkness like tiny bright promises. Your breathing slows as the flames fade into embers. You feel the shift again, a sense that danger is drawing nearer, quietly, patiently. Trolls wait in the woods ahead. A secret sword sleeps in a troll cave. A ring waits in the dark. But for now, you rest in the glow of the fire, where the beginning of the adventure is still gentle, still warm, still full of possibility. And somewhere inside you, a small spark whispers, "Even the smallest step can change everything." The fire beside you glows deeper, and Hogwarts seems to lean in again, quiet and listening, waiting for you to return to Middle-earth. You close your eyes, breathe slowly, and the world shifts. You see Gandalf walking at the head of the company, the morning sun brushing his gray cloak with soft gold. Bilbo follows somewhere in the middle, muttering about forgotten handkerchiefs, but secretly thrilled, the way a heart trembles when it knows it has stepped into its own becoming. The road stretches long before them, rolling hills turning into thick woods, and woods turning into the deep wild where the world begins to test those who travel it. You feel the change in the air. The birds grow quiet, the breeze stills, the shadows lengthen, even though the sun is still climbing the sky. Gandalf narrows his eyes. He knows this feeling. Something is waiting, and it does not have good intentions. That night, they camp under tall, twisted trees that creak softly in the wind. Dwarves grumble. Bilbo tries to keep his spirits high, but even he feels that something nearby is off, as if the forest is listening. Gandalf watches the darkness for a long time, wide awake, staff in hand. But dawn breaks gently, and hope returns with the light. They continue on. The path leads them into deeper woods, damp earth, mossy stones, branches like long, crooked fingers reaching overhead, and then a smell. Meat roasting, fire, voices, loud, gruff, not human. Gandalf feels his jaw tighten. He knows those voices too well. Trolls. You sense the shift, the story tightening like a bowstring. The dwarves, curious and hungry, move ahead before thinking. Bilbo, wanting to prove he's useful, creeps even closer. And in the next heartbeat, they are caught. Huge hands, deep, rumbling laughter, sacks, shouts, panic. The trolls argue with each other in thick, clumsy voices, fighting over who gets to eat who first, drool dripping into the firelight. The smell of danger fills the air, raw, heavy, immediate. Bilbo trembles, but something inside him refuses to fold. He tries to distract them, stall them, delay the moment when jaws will close. And it's working, just barely. Then the ground shifts with a soft, unmistakable step. A presence stands at the edge of the clearing. Calm, silent, gray. You feel your own chest loosen. relief like warm water. Gandalf. He watches the trolls bicker and roar, and his eyes sharpen with quiet calculation. No shouting, no charging into battle. Just watching. Waiting. And then, when the quarrel swells to its highest pitch, he moves, not forward, but to the shadows behind them. He lifts his staff, touches its end to a rock, and mimics the voice of the troll chief with perfect clarity. "Nonsense! You're all wrong!" The trolls freeze. Confusion ripples through them. Anger flares. They argue louder, turning on each other, forgetting the dwarves entirely. The sky begins to pale. A hint of dawn climbs the edge of the world. Gandalf steps into the clearing just as the first sunlight breaks, and the trolls, caught mid-snarl, turn to stone. You hear the quiet crackle of rock sealing them forever. The camp falls silent. Wind rustles through the grass. Bilbo lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding. The dwarves stare at Gandalf, a mix of awe and gratitude in their eyes. Gandalf simply taps his staff on a stone and says nothing. Because this is not about showing power. It is about showing wisdom, the kind that knows when to speak, when to wait, and when to let the world turn on its own hinge. Inside the troll's cave, they find 3 blades of ancient make, glimmering faintly with elven craft. One of them, long and elegant, seems to hum as Gandalf picks it up. Glamdring, the foe hammer, a sword once carried by kings. Even in the dim cave light, you feel its weight, its history, its destiny. Gandalf runs a thumb along the blade, and something in his eyes shifts. Not darkness, not pride, recognition. The world is waking. So must he. They leave the cave with weapons, food, and new courage. Bilbo walks a little straighter, even if he still clutches his pocket nervously. The dwarves whisper about Gandalf's cleverness. And Gandalf. He simply walks in silence, the new sword sheathed at his side, its presence a reminder of how deep the shadows truly run. Ahead lies the misty mountains. Thunder, goblins, dark tunnels, fateful meetings in the deep. But for now, you rest here with them in the calm after danger, feeling that mixture of fear and triumph that comes when you survive something you did not expect to survive. The fire in Hogwarts crackles softly. Your eyes grow heavier. The next chapter waits, a chapter that will carry us deeper, much deeper, into the heart of shadows, where Gandalf will fall only to rise brighter than ever. The fire in Hogwarts glows a calmer orange now, slow and steady, as if it knows the journey is about to descend into the deep places of the world. You let your breath slow, your shoulders soften, and Middle-earth rises again. The company moves toward the misty mountains, guided by Gandalf's steady presence. His staff taps softly against the stones, a rhythmic talk that feels like a heartbeat against the vastness around them. Clouds swallow the peaks overhead. Wind howls between ridges like a creature mourning something lost. Storms gather without warning. Thunder rolls like drums struck by unseen giants. Night falls heavy, and in that darkness, the mountains seem almost alive. The company shelters in a narrow cave, a cold hollow in the stone, barely wide enough for dwarves, let alone their fear. Even the fire they kindle feels fragile. Wind moans outside. Bilbo huddles close to his blanket, trying to stay warm, trying to trust the quiet. But Gandalf, he does not sleep. He senses something wrong. The cave floor feels thinner, as if hollow spaces breathe beneath them. Old air, old secrets, old danger, and then a crack, a rumble, a gust of foul air from deep below. The floor opens, the world drops. Screams echo in the dark as goblins erupt from the depths, all claws, snarls, torches, and twisted laughter. Dwarves are dragged into tunnels. Bilbo is knocked aside. Chaos swallows everything. But through that chaos, you feel a spark, a familiar, sharp presence moving fast. Gandalf. He had stood apart, watching, listening, waiting for exactly this. Now he steps into the cave with no fear in his stride. With a crack of his staff, White light bursts into the darkness, blinding the goblins, throwing monstrous shadows across the walls. The great goblin screams, rage echoing through stone. And Gandalf answers with a blade of blue flame. Glamdring, glowing with ancient elven power, sings through the air. In one strike, the cavern fills with silence. The goblins recoil. Fear, a fear older than their hatred, glints in their eyes. They flee. Gandalf cuts through the dark tunnels, moving fast, guiding the dwarves up the twisting maze of stone and shadow. His voice rings like a distant bell. This way, stay close, and you feel it, that strange strength he carries. Not brute force, not arrogance, but a light that refuses to go out. They run. Torches crackle behind them. Goblins roar in pursuit. The tunnels narrow, and somewhere, separated by panic and shadows, Bilbo falls into the deep alone. But that is another thread of another destiny that will return to Gandalf soon. For now, the Grey Wizard carries the others upward until at last, the bitter cold wind of the upper world hits their faces. They have escaped. But Gandalf pauses. His brow furrows. His heart stirs. Something, someone, is missing. Bilbo. He whispers the hobbit's name with worry hidden inside the syllables. But there is no time. Goblins swarm behind them, seething, screaming, ready to drag them back into the dark, and then a shadow crosses the moon. Wings, sharp eyes, gleaming feathers. The eagles. Great shapes sweep down from sky and cloud, answering a debt Gandalf once earned when he healed the chief eagle long ago. They lift the company away from death, carrying them into the high air as goblin cries echo far below. You feel the wind on your face, cold, pure, vast. The world spreads out beneath them like a map of forests and golden plains. And in their talons, the eagles carry not a band of heroes, but a group of weary travelers saved by the thin edge of grace. They land in a quiet place of tall grasses and summer wind. Gandalf looks around, counting heads, heart tightening. But then, rustling in the bushes, a small, tired voice, Bilbo. He emerges sheepishly, dusty, scraped, but alive. You feel Gandalf's relief like warmth in your own chest. He doesn't ask how. Not yet. There will be time for that. For now. They move on, through wildlands, through whispering trees, until they reach a house surrounded by flowers, bees, and the strange scent of power hidden under gentleness. Bjorn. A man who can turn into a bear, whose temper is thunder, but whose hospitality, once earned, is deep and fierce. Gandalf walks ahead with confidence, the only one bold enough to introduce a company of 13 dwarves to a being who could crush them with a single swipe. But Gandalf knows the order of things. He knows how to speak, how to wait, how to let curiosity bloom into kindness. Beorn listens, slowly softening. He shelters them, feeds them, warns them of the dangers ahead. And those dangers are waiting. Fog, shadows, the deep, tangled dark of Mirkwood. But Gandalf's path does not go with them. You feel the shift, the moment hearts tighten. He must leave. There are whispers in the east, dark forces stirring, Dol Guldur calling like a wound reopening. The dwarves beg him to stay. Bilbo looks at him with wide, uncertain eyes, but Gandalf speaks with gentle firmness. I have business elsewhere. And inside those simple words lies the weight of a world beginning to crack. He walks away slowly, staff steady, cloak trailing behind him. And though he does not look back, you know he feels their fear and their trust. The forest swallows the company. The shadows swallow Gandalf's path. And both roads will change Middle-earth. You open your eyes briefly. The Hogwarts fire crackles softly, as if mourning a separation you can feel in your own heart. The world is shifting, the story darkening, the light tightening like a fist before it sparks, because ahead of Gandalf lies a truth that will break the fragile peace of centuries. Dol Guldur, the necromancer, a name long avoided, about to be revealed. And you sense it. We are stepping into the part of the tale where Gandalf stops being a wanderer and begins becoming the white flame that darkness cannot swallow. The fire in Hogwarts softens into a low, steady ember, the kind of glow that waits, patient and quiet, for the truth that must finally be spoken. You exhale, close your eyes, and slip once more into Middle-earth, into the moment when the world begins to tremble. Gandalf walks alone. The path behind him fades into the thick shadow of Mirkwood, where the dwarves and Bilbo continue on without their guide. Ahead of him lies something far older, far darker, far more dangerous than any spider or goblin in the deep forest. The air grows colder, the wind thinner, birds vanish from the treetops. Even insects refuse to buzz. You feel it too, that eerie stillness, like a breath held too long. Dol Guldur rises at the heart of this silence. A fortress wrapped in shadow, older than its stones, colder than its halls, and filled with a malice that does not sleep. Its walls move like the outline of something alive, a presence that stretches and coils around all who come near. Gandalf approaches it with steps that are slow but unwavering. He has been here before, once, long ago, and chased a shadow away. But the shadow returned, stronger and bolder. This time, he feels a truth in the air that chills him deeper than winter. Something is watching him. He enters by a narrow passage, his staff glowing faintly. Not with power, but with quiet courage. The interior of Dol Guldur is not silent. It breathes. You hear it, a whispering, like old voices murmuring behind walls, or the rustle of cloth dragged across stone. Gandalf descends deeper, past long corridors, past forgotten chambers, past staircases carved when the world was young. There, in a cold cell, he finds a broken figure. Thrain. The dwarf king lost for years, mind fractured, body thin, hope trapped in a fading heartbeat. He clutches at Gandalf, whispering words that tremble with terror. They took it. He has it. The last of the 7. His eyes widen, full of dread. And then he says a name that freezes the blood. Sauron. You feel it. A shiver down your spine. The air tightening around the word like the closing of a fist. The necromancer was never a lesser threat. It was always him. The same servant of Morgoth who once led armies across Middle-earth. The same creator of the One Ring. The same darkness that nearly swallowed the world. Returned, patient, watching, preparing. Gandalf's heart pounds, not with fear for himself, but with fear for everyone who still believes the danger is nothing more than rumor. Thrain collapses. His final breath leaves his lips in a trembling sigh. Gandalf presses a hand over his eyes, a silent farewell honoring a king who died in chains. And then the fortress shifts. A voice, deep, hollow, dripping with ancient hatred. A shadow coils in the darkness above him, not with form, but with will. Sauron, not yet whole, not yet crowned, but awake. The walls tremble. A cold force pushes against Gandalf's chest. Darkness rises like black fire, curling, twisting, testing him. You feel your own breath tighten, even though you know he survives. And yet, even now, Gandalf does not fall. His staff strikes the stone, once with a flash of pure white fire. The shadow recoils, hisses, retreats, not defeated, only startled. Gandalf runs, cloak snapping behind him, the fortress collapsing into a storm of screams and stone. The ground shakes. The sky above cracks open with lightning, and he bursts out into the dying light, just as the ruins collapse behind him. The world has its answer now. Sauron lives. He gathers strength, and Middle-earth is not ready. Gandalf returns to the council. Galadriel feels the truth before he speaks. Elrond lowers his head, eyes full of sorrow. Saruman listens, too calmly, too quietly, and dismisses everything. No, Saruman says, the One Ring is lost. Sauron cannot rise in full power. But Gandalf knows, you know, the castle in Hogwarts seems to know, And far away, in a simple hobbit hole under a green hill, a small golden ring sleeps in a pocket where it has no idea what fate it carries. Gandalf looks east. The storm is coming. But somewhere deep in the Shire, a spark of hope is growing, small, warm, and ready to shine in ways no one expects. You pull the blanket a little closer around you. The fire flickers gently, and a soft, curious calm fills your chest. Because the next chapter is the one where a birthday party, a disappearance, and a simple ring changed the fate of the whole world. The fire in Hogwarts glows steady, like a guardian waiting beside you. The night feels deep, quiet, full of listening. You breathe slowly, and Middle-earth rises once more, not in shadow this time, but in warm, golden light. Because now the story returns to the Shire, a place where danger feels impossible, where every sunrise smells like bread and wet soil, and every evening settles into gentle laughter and the comfort of routine. And yet, on this day, something extraordinary is about to happen. A birthday. Not just any birthday, but the 111st birthday of Bilbo Baggins. You see the hill blooming with excitement, lanterns strung between trees, tables full of pies, cheeses, berries, and mugs of frothy ale. Children racing through grass, adults gossiping under the shade, music drifting like warm honey, and in the middle of it all, Bilbo, older now, but bright-eyed, carrying mischief in his smile. Gandalf arrives with fireworks that break open the sky like blossoms of color, dragons of light, sailing ships, shooting stars that dissolve into laughter. Hobbits cheer, children chase sparks, and for a moment, the world feels untouched by darkness. But Gandalf watches Bilbo closely. Something is different. Bilbo's hand strays to his pocket too often. His temper sparks in ways it never used to. His eyes, usually soft with curiosity, glimmer with something tight, guarded, almost secretive. You feel it too, that unsettling whisper beneath joy. Night falls. The lanterns shine like floating moons. Bilbo raises a glass. My dear Bagginses and Boffins, and my dear Tooks and Brandybucks, good morning. Laughter ripples through the crowd, but Gandalf tenses. He sees the tremor in Bilbo's fingers, the tightening of his jaw. Bilbo takes a breath, smiles, and with a voice full of mischief and melancholy, declares, I am going. I am leaving now. Goodbye. He slips the ring onto his finger and vanishes. Gasps erupt across the field. Hobbits panic. Dishes crash. The air hums with confusion. But Gandalf, he hears something else, a whisper of power that should not be here, not in this peaceful land, not in this small party under lantern light. He finds Bilbo inside Bag End, breathing quickly, eyes wild. The ring lies in his palm, small and innocent-looking, but its presence fills the room like a cold breeze. Gandalf speaks gently, firmly, not as a wizard confronting danger, but as a friend refusing to abandon someone he loves. Leave the ring, Bilbo. And Bilbo shakes. You feel his struggle, his heart pulled in two directions, the love of his home and the dark, seductive comfort of the ring. It's mine, he whispers. It came to me. It's my birthday present. But Gandalf straightens. His voice grows deeper, older, a rumble of power rarely revealed. Bilbo Baggins, you have not been called to possess great power. Put it down. For a moment, you see the shadow of Amaya behind him, bright and terrible, a flicker of the power he keeps hidden. Bilbo gasps. Fear breaks the ring's hold, and suddenly he is himself again, small, kind-hearted, and trembling with relief. He lets the ring fall to the floor. It lands with a sound far too heavy for something so small. Gandalf's eyes narrow. There is something deeply wrong here. Bilbo leaves the Shire, and Gandalf stays. In the quiet of Bag End, he picks up the ring with a cloth, never touching it with his own skin, as if it were a living thing. He feels its weight, its ancient cold. Its patient hunger. And inside him, a fear rises, slow, deep, quiet. For years he studies it, searches scrolls in distant archives, consults the wisest minds in Middle-earth, but the truth reveals itself not in a library, but in the trembling confession of a creature twisted by its power. Gollum. From his broken, rasping whispers, Gandalf learns the shape of doom. Baggins, Shire. 2 words that make the wizard freeze. 2 words that confirm everything. You feel it, a cold pulse of inevitability. The One Ring, in the Shire, in Frodo's keeping. Gandalf returns to Bag End, the wind howling behind him as if the world pushes him forward. He tells Frodo the truth, gently, but without hiding the weight of it. The ring must leave the Shire. It cannot remain in this peaceful land that has no idea how close darkness stands. And yet, Frodo does not collapse under fear. He listens, trembles, breathes, and then lifts his chin. I will take it, he says softly, though I do not know the way. Just like Bilbo before him, courage rises where no one expects it. Gandalf feels pride swell in his chest, and sorrow too for the path Frodo must walk. He prepares to go with him. But fate, cruel and cunning, has other plans. Before Gandalf can return to Frodo, a message reaches him. From Saruman. A call for help, for counsel, a lie. And when Gandalf arrives at Isengard, you feel the shift, the tightening, the betrayal in the air. Something dark coils in the tower. Saruman reveals the truth, not in shame, but in hunger. He desires the One Ring. He believes power is the only salvation. His eyes burn with ambition, not wisdom. And Gandalf refuses him. Saruman imprisons him at the top of Orthanc, high above the trees, a lone figure trapped in cold stone and wind. While Frodo prepares to leave the Shire alone, you feel it, a soft ache, a deep sadness. Middle-earth is beginning to fracture. Gandalf stands on the pinnacle of Orthanc, wind tearing at his cloak, shadow rising on every horizon. But far in the distance, a shape approaches, swift, silent, vast. A friend, a savior, Gwaihir, Lord of the Eagles. Hope returns on wings, and the world prepares for the gathering storm that will shape every breath that follows. The Hogwarts fire glows softly, a warm pulse against the quiet of the night. Your breath slows. Your shoulders sink deeper into rest. And Middle-earth returns to you, pulling you gently into its unfolding destiny. Gandalf flies through open skies. The wind roars against his cloak, but his mind is sharper than the cold air. Below him, forests spread like green oceans, mountains rise like jagged waves of stone, and rivers shimmer like silver threads. Gwaihir carries him, wings beating powerful and steady. A reminder that even in the darkest betrayals, unexpected allies rise. But Gandalf's heart is heavy. He does not know yet how far Frodo has gone, or whether the Ringwraiths have found the Shire, or how quickly the storm is spreading across Middle-earth. All he knows is this: he must find Frodo. He must reach him before the 9. He must guide him to safety. But fate, as always, asks patience. He arrives in Rohan, seeking a horse swift enough to outrun Shadow. His request is met with resistance, suspicion, fear of Saruman's growing influence. But in the stables, a presence stirs. Tall, white, proud, Shadowfax, lord of all horses, wild and free, dangerous to anyone who approaches without respect. Gandalf steps forward slowly, calmly, eyes softened with understanding. And Shadowfax listens. Without a bridle, without a whip, without force, the great stallion lowers his head and accepts the wizard. You feel the bond form, quiet, ancient, 2 spirits carved from endurance. Together, they fly across the land like wind given form. But when Gandalf reaches the Shire, Frodo is gone. The shadow is close. Fear stirs in Gandalf's chest, a fear not for himself, but for the smallest heart now carrying the greatest weight. He rides to Bree, to the Prancing Pony Inn, and meets Barlaman Butterbur, who forgot to send his letter, a mistake that could have shattered the world. But fate is strange, kind sometimes, even in forgetfulness, because Frodo has already found someone who will guide him true. Strider, Aragorn, heir of kings, watcher of the wild, a man carrying the weight of a broken lineage and the hope of a world he does not yet claim. Gandalf feels relief wash over him. Frodo is not alone, but danger is not far. Gandalf is forced to Weathertop, a lonely hill where he senses the ring-wraiths gathering. They come silently, their presence carrying a cold that sinks into bone, and in a burst of fire and light, he fights them, not to win, but to survive, to delay them, to buy Frodo time. The sky burns with white flame. The hilltop glows like lightning trapped in stone. And the nine retreat, wounded but not defeated. Gandalf flees north, drawing them away until he can turn toward Rivendell with hope trembling inside him. Days later, he arrives at the last homely house. Elrond receives him with quiet understanding, because Frodo has arrived too. Wounded, weak, but alive. The relief that floods Gandalf's face is soft and devastating. He goes to Frodo's bedside, resting a gentle hand on his shoulder, a guardian who nearly lost a child he loves. And when Frodo wakes, Gandalf smiles, tired but proud. "You are safe," he says. For now. But safety does not last long. Elrond gathers a council, elves, dwarves, men, hobbits, each carrying their own burdens, their own wounds. And on a stone pedestal, small and cold, lies the One Ring. Its presence fills the room with a quiet dread. Voices rise, arguments spark, old wounds reopen. But Gandalf watches quietly, not as a leader, but as a witness to the turning of ages. When Boromir speaks of using the ring, Gandalf's anger flares like hidden fire. "You cannot wield it!" His voice shakes the air. "No one can!" Because he knows the ring offers power only to those it wishes to destroy. And then, Frodo stands, small, trembling, courage blooming from fear. "I will take it," he says softly, "though I do not know the way." Silence. The council stares. And Gandalf closes his eyes because the weight of those words pierces his heart. He had hoped someone else would carry the ring, anyone else. But destiny chose the smallest, not the strongest, not the wisest, not the bravest, the purest. Gandalf kneels beside Frodo and lays a gentle hand on his shoulder. "I will help you bear this burden," he promises, "as long as it is yours to bear." One by one, others join. Aragorn, bound by honor. Legolas, swift as the wind. Gimli, strong as the mountains. Boromir, pride wrapped around sorrow, and 3 hobbits, loyal beyond measure. Sam, Merry, Pippin, 9 walkers set against 9 riders, a small hope against a great darkness. And thus, the Fellowship of the Ring is born. You feel it, a shift in the air, a spark, a fragile thread of light. In Hogwarts, the candles sway gently as if blessing their vow. The next road is dangerous, filled with snowstorms, monsters, ancient ruins, and a darkness waiting deep beneath the mountains. Because ahead stands Moria, the place where Gandalf will face his greatest test. The fire beside you dims into a gentle coal glow, the kind that invites silence, the kind that prepares the heart for something vast and unforgettable. Your breath slows, your thoughts soften, and Middle-earth rises once more, pulling you into the final turning of Gandalf's fate. The Fellowship walks into winter. Snow lashes their faces on the slopes of Caradhras. Wind claws at their cloaks with icy fingers. The mountain seems to reject them, as if some ancient malice buried in the stone refuses their passage. Avalanches thunder. Fury builds in the storm. Cold burns their lungs. And in the swirling white, Gandalf senses a will behind the weather, a deliberate resistance, a warning. They turn back. The only path left is the one Gandalf feared most, Moria, the ancient dwarven kingdom, once full of light and song, now swallowed by darkness. As they stand before the Black Lake and the west gate of Khazad-dûm, Gandalf traces runes with trembling fingers. Even his memory, ancient and precise, struggles to recall the exact words of opening. The lake stirs. Something waits beneath the water, unseen. Finally, the doors swing open with a groan, revealing a vast, hollow world where silence hangs heavy. The Fellowship enters. The doors slam shut behind them. Something huge moves in the dark water, and the entire company freezes, breath held tight. But the danger lies inside the mountain now. Gandalf lifts his staff. A soft light blossoms like a gentle star cupped in his hand. You feel your chest warm with that glow, as if hope could be held like a lantern. They walk for hours through miles of black corridors, past collapsed halls, broken statues, and the bones of those who died without sound. Gimli's grief is palpable. Moria was once his people's pride. Now it is an endless grave. Gandalf moves carefully. Every step is measured, every corner scanned. His mind races through memories of this vast labyrinth. Then, a small room, broken shields, scratched runes, a tray fallen long ago, and a book. Gandalf lifts it gently, dust rising like ghosts. The final words, written in trembling strokes, make his voice tighten. Drums, drums in the deep. We cannot get out. They are coming. A single boom shakes the walls. Drums. The Fellowship freezes. Another boom. Closer, louder. Then crashing stone, roars, screams, shadows flooding the hall. Orcs swarm through every doorway, eyes burning, blades clattering. The Fellowship fights desperately, every movement bright with survival. But then, something far greater awakens, far older, far darker. A shadow with heat, a fire with weight, a terror that does not belong to this age. The Balrog, Durin's bane, older than dragons, a creature of the First Age, a fallen Maya, just like Sauron. The ground shakes, flame spills like liquid wrath, a roar that unravels courage. Even Aragorn trembles. Legolas goes pale. The hobbits cling to Gandalf as if their lives depend on it. Gandalf turns slowly. His eyes harden, not in fear, in recognition. He knows what this is. He knows what it costs. He knows what must come next. They run across ancient bridges, broken stairs, crumbling walkways. Arrows whistle, stone cracks beneath their feet. And then, the bridge of Khazad-dûm. Narrow, barely wide enough for one person. Nothing but darkness yawning below. Gandalf steps onto it, placing himself between the Balrog and those he must protect. The creature rises, a mountain of shadow and flame, wings stretching like storm clouds. Gandalf lifts his staff and sword together, a line of light against a world of fire. You cannot pass. The words echo not just through Moria, but through your chest, steady, unshakable, a vow carved into the bones of fate. The Balrog strikes. Gandalf blocks. Their powers collide, light against darkness, hope against despair. The bridge cracks. With a final blow, Gandalf shatters the stone under the Balrog's feet. The creature falls, roaring, spiraling into the abyss. Victory, but too soon. A whip of shadow snaps up, wraps around Gandalf's ankle. You feel your own breath hitched in your throat. He is pulled forward. He falls. But before he disappears, he turns his face to the Fellowship, to the hobbits he loves, to the destiny still forming. And he shouts, "Fly, you fools!" The world swallows his light. Moria fills with sobs. Frodo's scream tears the air. Aragorn drags them onward, broken but alive. And far below, in the deep dark where no light has lived for ages, Gandalf falls into shadow with the Balrog. But this is not the end. Not for him. Because as he plummets, fire surrounds him, and he rises again in fury, battling the ancient terror through endless tunnels, up narrow stairs, On to the peak of Ziraxigil. Lightning, snow, fire, shadow. Their duel shakes the mountain, and when dawn breaks, the Balrog collapses. Gandalf stands victorious, and collapses too. His spirit leaves the world like smoke rising to a sky of pure white. But beyond the circles of the world, beyond death, beyond time, a voice calls him back. You have not ended your task. He wakes new, transformed, reborn. Gandalf the Grey is no more. In his place stands Gandalf the White, radiant, unbreakable, returned with a greater light to finish the road he started ages ago. He descends the mountain, wrapped in brilliance, and Middle-earth shivers with the arrival of its greatest hope.